Check, check, check. Adam, I might need to dial this again. I think it might have kicked off. Is it on there?
Oh, I got one.
Really? That's awesome. How did you get that? How did you find that up? Joe. That's cool, man. Check, check. Anybody in there? Hello? Michael, anybody?
I hear you.
Yeah, he's here. How much time? So are y'all going in the middle of the day or what? Shoot, it's going to be hot. Is this the first time you ever met him?
All right, take it when you want it.
Good Saturday morning out there to everybody, and welcome into the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Adam Blankenship here with you till noon, and Adam, I'm glad that everybody's joined us on 97.5 Kowaliga Country, and man, it is going to be hard to follow up the first college football weekend from last weekend. It did not disappoint at all. Obviously, if you're an Auburn fan, it disappointed with the score. We got a lot to talk about with that, but the whole weekend as a whole, the way the games played out, very, very entertaining, very, very interesting start to the college football season, matching up that many top teams against one another. It carried all the way through Labor Day with Florida State and Ole Miss. So we'll talk about that. We'll take your calls, 256-234-6221 to be part of the program. But, Adam, high school football in full swing. The Wildcats got another big win last night here at the Sportsplex over Chelsea, and Chelsea was a great football team, had 18 seniors on this team, 18 starters that were seniors, 10 on offense, 8 on defense. So the Wildcats, with a younger, more inexperienced team after losing all we lost last year, you could see this team's going to get better every week. And last night, they made the plays they need to make on offense. They made the plays on defense, and they won the game. But I know you were calling another game, so we're going to talk a lot about high school football here in the first 45 minutes. So we're going to take your calls if there's something that you want to talk about, score that you want to give us, or you were at a game and you saw something you want to talk about. We want to hear from you. But Adam, good to see you again this morning.
Yeah, Brett, it's nice to be here. A little, my voice is lost a little bit from last night as well, but it's great to be here.
It happens, man. It happens.
I'm telling you, it is. Well, those things where you talk a lot, eventually it's going to go. So
that's right.
We're
just getting you worked in, buddy. That's what it is.
I know. That's all it is. I gotta get my voice stamina up, I guess.
It's called in fall camp. You're just trying to get used to the two-a-days.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not quite in shape just yet.
There you go. But we'll get you there.
Well, I hate I missed the Ben Russell game last night. I caught the tail end of everything. It sounds like they played some ball considering a Chelsea team coming in averaging 42 points a game. I was able to hold them to 20 points last night?
Yeah, able to hold them to 20 points. And, actually they scored late and that went for two and made it 29. But for the most part, we did is on defense. We did hold them to 20 points. They had a special teams, a fake punt, and they scored that way. Of course, we scored on a 99-yard kickoff return with the Colby Maxwell. That's what you're going to get in a game like that. And that fake punt came at an opportune time for Chelsea because that gave them the lead after they kicked the extra point. And Adam, you knew we were just hanging around and knew that they were going to try something eventually because they stayed in the middle of the field a lot last night. And they weren't really able to finish drives against our defense. They took the first drive of the game, went right down the field and scored. Very concerning as easy as they did that. But they come back. Our defense answered the bell, stiffened up, and only gave up 14 more points the rest of the game on defense. And again, we gave up the special team score. But Adam, I'm gonna tell you, man, that offense is potent for Chelsea. They were averaging about 40 points a game. Hold them to 29. Late there in the third quarter, late in the fourth quarter, we take a 26-21 lead. We try to go for two and don't get it. So it's still a touchdown wins the game for Chelsea. That's when our young defense stepped up, man, and answered the call, put pressure on Marquette, who's one of the better quarterbacks in the state. He threw two picks down there inside his own 20-yard line. Timmy returned one for a touchdown. Then Jacoby Lawson returned the other to about the 10. And then Colby Maxwell on the next play scored. So we went from being down 21-20 to up 40 to 20 in the blink of it. I mean, 40 to 20, down 21-20 to up 40 to 21, really in the matter of a couple minutes. And so that's what good football teams do. They take advantage of momentum. We did, and we put them away there toward the end of the. And that's going to be. You're going to look back at this game, Adam, at the end of the year, and say that probably was a pivotal moment in this season. And I'm not going to make excuses, but I know it's going to sound like that when I say what I'm about to say. But if we were to play Central Clay again right now, I feel confident that we'd win by a couple touchdowns, if not more. I just feel like this team is getting better and better, just like we knew and just like we discussed. But Clay Central played a top 5 team in 4A to start the season, and they worked some of their stuff out and really got their feet under them. And we came in semi-cold turkey. I mean, we'd practiced against each other. Brand new quarterback trying to get acclimated. Central Clay loses on the road last night. You fall. Very shocking. I can't believe only able to manage 10 points. So with that being said, and the way I see Timmy now with the confidence that he can, and you can see it and you can hear it in the post-game interview with Scott last night, is that he knows now that he's got the ability to make a play. And he made a play last night in the first half where he kept a play alive and just kept it going and strung it out and then ended up throwing a touchdown pass to Tyler Watts. And that's what a mobile quarterback can do, an athletic quarterback can do, is just extend plays and make plays like that. And Timmy did that, and he's going to do that a lot more. And as the year goes on, he's going to get more and more confident. And I'm going to tell you another thing that's helping Timmy is that Landon Cotney comes in and plays several series a game now in that wishbone formation, and that gives him an opportunity to rest.
That's what I was about to ask you if they were going more with that system last night with splitting and going two quarterbacks, because it is huge for Timmy to get that rest break because he's playing defense too. So
That's
I mean,
right.
He needs a little bit of time to gather himself. So it's nice to actually see that. That's my next question was did you see more of Lyndon Connie coming in and doing
We
that?
did, and Landon does a tremendous job being able to come in and run that offense and give Timmy that breather because he has to go full-time at safety back there. It's not that we don't have other guys to play safety, and there's going to be some talented guys coming up, but right now the best safety on the team is Timmy Lawson.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
and the way Chelsea throws it and the way Opelika is going to throw it next week and the way Central Clay threw it, you need to just impel them. And I'm going to say this, Adam, last week against Pelham, the final score was 42-21. And Pelham scored one of their touchdowns when Timmy had to come out because of he was just exhausted, and they rested him, and they went immediately over the top and scored a touchdown. And that's just experience, and that's just a veteran back there, and that's Pelham recognizing that he wasn't in the ball game, and I'm going to attack that area of the field, and they scored. So
that's what you got to do in high school football. You have to have your best athletes on the field. Even if they have to play both ways, you got to have them out there because they're the
gives
ones
you your
that
best
make the
chance.
plays. Exactly. Like you said last night, he made a big pick six too.
He did.
So I mean, that's the reason why.
He made two plays in that game, that pick six, and then that play I told you he extended. It was 3rd and 10. We were on about the 35-yard line. They're 35. He rolls to the right. A little seam opens up, but they had it covered, so they were going to force him out of bounds short of the first down. Well, instead of just taking that, he decides to step back behind the line of scrimmage and keep moving around and eluding tacklers until all of a sudden protection broke down in the secondary or coverage broke down in the secondary. And Tyler Watts leaked out behind him, and he was standing in the end zone by himself. And Timmy, off his back foot, was able to throw the ball about 40 yards and hit him because that's how strong of an arm he's got. So that's the kind of weapon. And I want to go back and compare him to Tyree. Tyree didn't one day just step on the field and become the Tyree we watched last year. I remember his first start and at Central Clay a few years ago. It was a struggle for him. We got out of there with a win, but it was a struggle. And Tyree grew as that year went on and got better and better and better and better. And Timmy's going to do that this year. I feel certain about it. It's the same characteristics. And I think we're in store for some great football this year. And I think even next year, and Coach Horn said it in the locker room before the game. He said, we don't look forward to next year and the year after and all that, but he said we have the makings to do something special and build this year and then really build into next year with some of the kids we've got coming up from the 9th grade team and some of those teams below and some of those grades below. So this program's in great shape. And the resiliency and the youth that is playing out there, the sophomores and juniors that are on the field right now that are contributing, like a Kashari Ross at defense and Landon Cotney on offense, this team's going to get better and better. And we're already grooming tailbacks back there. We got Abercrombie back there running the football, who's doing a very good job that kind of gives Nicole Maxwell a breather here and there. And we're rotating some other guys in. So that's what I remember the flashes of Nicole Maxwell when he was in 10th grade. And Randy and I first called his name, was like, man, this guy's going to be good one day. I mean, you can already see the making. So you can see that again with some of these other kids coming up. But we're just getting started here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. If you'd like to call in, give us a call, 256-234-6221. We come back, we'll run down scores from around the area of this area and then around the state of Alabama as high school football now in week number 4. Hard to believe. Actually week 3, but they count that first week as week 0. So technically week 3, but really week 4, and it is. I mean, you'll blink and it'll be gone. So stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
You're done today. Scott in there. Is there Scott in there? did. I don't know. I don't know if they called it that way. I really don't. It looked like they may have called it because the way it turned out. Yeah, it is. Good Lord.
2 minutes.
Boy, Chelsea just can't. They just can't get it done.
All right, coming back to you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Adam Blankenship, blank for short. There's what we call him around these parts. There you go. And we'll take your calls. So we'll let you call in and voice your opinion about a game last night or anything that's going on in the world of sports. We'd love to hear from you. 256-234-6221 to be part of the program. Again, last night, Benjamin Russell, a big winner over Chelsea. As I said earlier, I think you'll look back on the year and you'll say, man, that was a pivotal game there, and just perfect timing to get Chelsea at home. Been on the road 2 weeks. Now we got to turn around and go back on the road for 2 weeks. Got to go to Opelika and Oxford. It's going to be. It doesn't get any easier on this schedule. One of the tougher schedules in the state of Alabama, I firmly believe, with the way the teams line out and who we've got to play. But Adam, a couple things of note as we move forward. Hopefully, we'll be able to catch up with Kevin Keel like we do every Saturday and talk some Dable Tiger football. They fall to Leeds 46-14 last night. Again, a Leeds program without head coach Keith Etheridge, who is at Pell City now. It doesn't look like, not no offense to him, doesn't look like they miss him very much.
That program right there every year they're going to be usually in the Super 7. To be honest with you,
that's right.
They always make a deep run in the playoffs. Leeds always has it going.
They really do, and Dable just couldn't find a way to score enough points, and Leeds able to win that game 46-14. You were at the Reeltown Horseshoe Bend game. You called that game that will be replayed on WAXC TV this week. Let's talk about that game a little bit. That was a battle of two teams that came in and really trying to establish themselves in the region, and a pivotal inter-county rival game there between Reeltown, Horseshoe Bend, and was that Reeltown's first win of the season? I think they were 0-for, weren't they?
Reeltown was 0-2.
0-2, and Horseshoe Bend was 1-1.
Last week, Reeltown picked up their first win, so they were 1-2. but they were 1-0 in the region coming into that.
Okay.
Horseshoe Bend was 1-1, 0-1 in the region.
Okay.
So it was a big game for both teams coming into it. Starting out early, Reeltown seemed like it was going to get out of hand. First drive, they had two big left tackle and left guard were 6'1", 6'2", 250, 300 pounds. By far the biggest guys on the field. And they ran off them the first two drives. 12-0 just like that. Straight down the field, and I was thinking, okay, we might get out of hand here. Horseshoe Bend then turned around, made some adjustments. That they have a linebacker. I can't think of his first name, but his last name's Hurd. He played his tail off for Horseshoe Bend. They started getting there, stacked the box a little bit, put some pressure on and kind of shut that run game down, and was able to get a touchdown right there before the half to make it 12-7. First half, lots of penalties. Horseshoe Bend couldn't really do much at all. I mean, they had about 15, 20-yard gains, but everything was called back from holding calls. I mean, tons of penalties on both sides, lots of big games erased. They were able to get a touchdown right before the half to Levante Robinson. Threw it up in the corner about 35 yards. He goes up over the corner, makes the catch, bobbles in when he's coming down, and catches it right before he hits the ground. I mean, it was an outstanding play. And so right there was able to get it close before the half. So first half, like I said, lots of penalties. Horseshoe Bend kind of flipped the momentum right there. You could really kind of tell that, okay, that they might be back in this ball game. Made some adjustments. And then second half, more of the same. Cade Worthy, who's the quarterback for Horseshoe Bend, small guys, probably 5'6", 130, left-handed kid, but he played like a big guy out there. Stayed in the pocket, took some big hits, made some good passes. But the star of the night was Horseshoe Bend. Was Reeltown's running back, Trey Hughley, freshman, a little bitty guy too, like I was saying y'all last night, but he's fast, man. He's fast. He went for about 140 yards in the touchdown. And then coming into it, towards the end of the game, Horseshoe Bend had problems snapping the ball all night, right? And this is the play I was telling you about earlier.
Yeah.
They had trouble snapping the ball all night. They had 4 or 5 high snaps over the quarterback's head. It really just killed the drives every time. But they got a big turnover that they were down, and then I don't know if they called the play this way or if it just kind of worked out that way, but took the snap. They brought a guy in motion, took the snap. Quarterback jumps up like it goes over his head. The receiver catches the snap instead, hands it off to the running back up the middle. Reeltown had no clue. 60 yards straight down the field. I mean, it was –
sounds like an orchestrated play to me.
I really think it was, but if it was the best play call I've seen all year because Reeltown, us in the box, everyone thought that they had snapped the ball over their head again because they've already had 5 or 6 of these plays, but they sold it and got a touchdown.
Make credit to that coaching staff for seeing that, hey, look, let's turn something that's killed us into a positive, and we'll fake this thing. And
I don't think he even got touched. Like I don't believe Hurd got touched on the play, and that's how open it was. I mean, it was a great play call.
Amazing stuff, and Reeltown able to hold on and win by 7, 26-19. I know it's a tough loss for Horseshoe Bend. It was a big win for Reeltown, obviously, but that's a tough region for them, though. It is a very tough region with Lafayette, and just a lot of great football teams really in that region. Maybe one of the toughest regions in that classification. Central Coosa, or Coosa Central rather, loses 33-22 to Prattville Christian. I thought maybe the Cougars would be able to win that football game, but they lose by 11. Weren't able to pull that off. Here, I tell you, Wetumpka, Stanhope, I just don't know what's happened in Millbrook. I said it last Saturday.
It's been a rough week.
It's been a rough year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a rough over a year because I think they won 2 games last year, maybe. Most of them that they lost were in blowout fashion. I mean, they just don't stop anybody. They gave up 54 to Wetumpka. Wetumpka can't stop anybody either. I mean, Stanhope scores 37 on them. And I was worried about the Wetumpka team with Prattville, but Prattville has been horrendous the last 2 weeks. They were down 50-0 at half to Enterprise last week. So this Prattville team may not – I don't know if they'll win again this year. I mean, it's going to be a struggle, and I don't know when the last time we've been able to say that Prattville may not win a game in a season. It's just hard to even believe.
It is tough. And what it sounds like, though, listening to some of the reports and everything, Prattville does have a young team. They are starting 16 sophomores, but still, that is tough if the guys are so young. But at the same time, they're getting blown out. You know what I mean? Like,
this is last night. And I'm going to tell you, and I mean, I didn't mean, and I don't mean it this way, but it really has become, who would have thought that the Auburn Prattville game last night would have been the battle of the Offers and the battle of the who really cares. I mean, because that's really what that's evolved into, and Auburn beats them 31-14.
And that used to be a potential Super Six matchup right there.
It was. I mean? And I was concerned that Prattville was going to score again last night, because the score that we had at one point in time was 20-0. And so Auburn, and no offense for everybody listening out there, it's an Auburn fan, but an Auburn high school fan, but when Auburn's up on you 20-0, I mean, it's rough. So because they struggle scoring points too, but I don't know. Those are two of the bigger 7A programs, have had a lot of history, and it's just been rough the last few years. Let's be honest about it. And I don't know where these programs will go. I don't know what they'll do to make adjustments. And
I think I'm more shocked with the decline of Auburn program. I mean, they've been a perennial powerhouse for so long that, to the point now where I really don't know. This has been like this for a couple of years.
Yeah, it has. I mean, they've struggled for a few years now, and so we'll just have to kind of play it out. We'll see how those teams do the rest of the year. And I mean, it's going. We've got inside information from some people at Prattville. We got some friends with the Prattville program, and they've told us, man, it's as bad as it's ever been in Prattville right now, and they just no confidence. Players are just not playing with any confidence. And when it just shows you can be a perennial power for a decade like Prattville, and then you can turn around and blink your eyes and you can be in the cellar.
Happens quickly, especially in high school football.
It does happen. But with the size of those schools and athletes that come through, there's really no excuse for that kind of drop-off, a massive drop-off where you're not scoring any points and where you're down 50-0 at half. You shouldn't ever be down 50-0 to anybody.
It's crazy.
So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll run down some more scores, take your phone calls, and check in around the state of Alabama on some more statewide scores. If you weren't able to hear the AHSA Radio Network scoreboard show last night, we'll run you down scores from throughout the state of Alabama. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Adam Blankenship here with you till noon today. And college football, the slate of games we'll run down is not as sexy as last week.
It's hard to beat last week.
Yeah, it's hard to beat. Well, then week two's always been the downer.
Yeah.
When you set the precedent and you want to have a big splash coming in, there is a few games of interest today that are scattered throughout the day. And, of course, obviously Auburn and Alabama in action against teams that they should handle with no problem. We'll run that down, but I don't know on the Plains with Gus Malzahn and the circus that you call that offense if you would handle anybody right now with ease. So we'll talk more about that in the second hour. But pick up an Outlook today. Always the Sports Extra is where you want to get the latest in all the write-ups of high school football season. The scores from around the state of Alabama, the title for the Wildcat story, Cats, Maxwell find their stride in the victory over Chelsea. And that's the truth. And I want to go back a superlative. And this is a good opportunity to talk about Nicole Maxwell, Blank, and talk about what we're doing. Luke is doing a recruiting diary with Nicole at Anytime Fitness. And our first post has already garnered over 5,000 views. And it's just, and this is going to get bigger and bigger. And of course, Nicole, and it's a great look into what the weekly routine of a recruit like Nicole is. And he's a highly touted recruit. He's going to get a lot of offers, and we're going to follow him right up to signing day. So this thing's going to be really fun to watch. And
I'm excited about that too, because it's fun to see, and it actually shows how much. I mean, everybody knows that he works hard and everything, but it shows how much hard work he puts into it. I mean, this is everything to this kid right now.
Oh, it is.
It's going to be fun to watch and keep up with. I can't wait for it.
No doubt about it. Last night, ran the ball 32 times for 213 yards, had a 99-yard kickoff return. So he had close to 350 all-purpose yards last night in this game. Another 4-touchdown night for Nicole Maxwell. Just a phenomenal player. Maybe the top. Brian Robinson is a very good back at Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa. I wouldn't trade Nicole for him, and I know. I mean, and I'm sure Hillcrest would say they wouldn't trade Brian Robinson for Nicole. I mean, and that's fine. We've got a phenomenal running back, and we've always been able to have running backs at Benjamin Russell, and he's a special one.
He really is.
He really is, and Timmy back there getting his sea legs at quarterback now really starts to cause problems for defenses, and they know that now. Nicole with Tyree last year was a tough riddle to solve for teams last year. It was only solved twice all year in 14 games. Spanish Fort and Opelika able to solve the riddle, but everybody else, it wasn't even close. And that's the thing for opponents moving forward. Is now Timmy Lawson is somebody you got to really
game plan for
and respect as far as his throwing ability and his ability to pull that ball on the read option and take off running himself.
Yeah, definitely. All that's going to do is just create more lanes for Nicole, because especially early on this season, you've seen a lot of teams pretty much key on just shutting him down, but still can't do it. I mean, he's still getting his yards, and he's still being a huge factor in our offense, which he has been for the past couple of years. And it's just fun to watch him play.
It is fun to watch him play, and you look at this offense as a whole. The offensive line's getting better and better. The receivers, some big catches last night from some of those young receivers that we got in that receiving core. So it all equaled up to a 40-29 win over Chelsea. And again, we do want to encourage you to go to our Facebook page and follow this recruiting story that we'll be doing all the way up through signing day. So from now through February, we'll be following Nicole Maxwell's journey on his visits to the colleges. Luke will be catching up with him down at Anytime Fitness. They're the sponsor of that, and we can't thank them enough. And Nicole talks about Anytime Fitness in the first piece is like, look, this is where I am. This is where he says this is where I got big. He said this is where I got big and been able to work out at Anytime Fitness.
He's close to 200 pounds, and that, like we were talking earlier, that's a load right there coming to the hole. You don't want to step in front of a 200-pound guy that's running that hard.
And I'm going to tell you, on the 99-yard kickoff return last night, he caught the ball, obviously, right there with a heel on the goal line, and he came running off. And by the 7-8 yard line, he was full stride, full steam ahead. And man, there was a couple of Chelsea guys that had a shot to step in front of him. They didn't want to, and they saw him coming. And by the time he hit the 30-yard line, it was like a steam engine, and he went by a couple of guys, and then he cut back across the field, and he had one guy to beat, and the kicker, and he made him look silly back there, backpedaling, and just like most guys on an island against a very talented athlete.
And that's the reason why he's so much fun to watch. I mean, usually you'll see a power back or you'll see a scat back, someone with some speed. But Nakobe has the speed to break the long plays and break the big plays. But he's not scared he's not scared of contact.
No, he's not.
He's really that dual back that shit you need back there. And he's played that role for us really well.
Yeah, he has. Another talented running back on the other side of the field last night in Zaylen Reynolds. Now, I don't know about this. It has 12 times he ran the ball. It seemed like he ran the ball a lot more than 12 times, but he had 141 yards himself on 12 carries. So that tells you kind of running back. And, we were in position. We played good defense, but, man, his yards after contact were phenomenal. He also had a 53-yard fake punt that I was telling you about that went around the left side. It really kind of sparked them, gave them a 21-20 lead with 9:30 to go in the football game, and that's when we kind of took over. We took the ball right back down the field and scored, and then the wheels fell off for Chelsea down there inside their own 20. We picked two passes off, and you go from down 21-20 to up 40-21 in a matter of a couple minutes in football minutes, and Chelsea wasn't able to recover from that. But a big win, got to go on the road to Opelika next Friday night. And look, been a rival game around here a long time. Everybody always gets excited. It's been a few years, been 3 years since we've been able to beat them. So I'd love nothing more than to go down to Bulldog Stadium Friday night and this team notch maybe one of the biggest wins in a few years and defeat Opelika. And that's saying a lot because we've got a bunch of big wins in the last 4 or 5 years with the records we've got. But if we could somehow go to Opelika and win, that'd give us the leg up in the region. And this team can do it. This team's got the ability. They've got the playmakers. They've got to go down and believe in themselves, and they got to have some good things happen early so we can take control at the tempo of the game. Because I definitely think with our offensive line and the way Nakobe Maxwell runs the ball, we can slow the game down and grind on them and try to wear them down a little bit. They do have a lot of depth down there, but I think we're up to the task, and Opelika knows it. Opelika always knows that this is probably the toughest game of the season for them too.
Yeah, exactly. And it's Bulldog Week, that's the way it's always been growing up is the week you play Opelika, you're going to go extra hard in practice. You're going to go extra hard when the ball game comes around. But like you said, we're going to need a lot of good things to happen this week for us as well, but we really got to play a clean ball game. We got to eliminate any kind of mental mistakes and those type things because a team like Opelika, who everyone's kind of expected to be there, and I really think they're going to be in the Super 7.
Yeah.
So we really got to just make sure we take care of all the small things this week. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be fun to watch.
And it's tough having to go back-to-back to Opelika 2 years in a row as well.
Yeah, but
it's always hard to get a win in their house.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's hard to get a win against them anywhere, but especially at Bulldog Stadium. But we'll definitely have fun trying next Friday night. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown coming your way right after this.
30 seconds.
We got a guy named Greg on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum.
That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Keeping it running.
Oh, yeah.
Coming back to you in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard, Adam Blankenship here with you till noon today, and we'll take your calls, 256-234-6221. And speaking of that, we'll go to the phone lines and take this caller. Greg, you're on the Saturday Sports Countdown.
I am, Brett. I just wanted to call in. I was proud of our kids last night. We came out a little slow. You know, our coach was suspended, but I was proud of the way the kids fought. You and I discussed, you know, we talk a lot of football during the year. This is a horseshoe team that's getting better. We got 3 seniors, but I was proud of them. We turned the corner. They're playing hard. That's all you can ask. And we kind of, you know, we had some circumstances during the week that I didn't call in last week. I kind of wanted to, but our coach, if any of our players didn't do anything to disrespect Opelika County, but I think, you know, when I talked to Coach Savarese this week when he said the same thing. It's kind of like when you suspend one, you got to suspend another. You know what I'm saying?
I totally understand. And let me just say that, Greg, I'm glad you called in because Adam and I were just talking about Horseshoe Bend, and that was a hard-fought game. Adam called that game last night for the TV, and
tell him that little one's mine, so I have to brag on him.
Oh,
he
yeah.
took some good licks last night, but he stood tall.
Well, that's what Adam said. Yeah, that's what
Trace
Adam
Meadows
said.
and Drew Hill and Brandon Hurd. We got some good athletes. This bunch here comes to play on Friday night, and you know, in the years past, we've kind of been beat around, but you know, it feels good to be there. We still want to win. You know how I am, Brett, wanting to win. But our kids are fighting hard. And Coach Franklin and Coach Johnson do a good job. We're turning the corner.
Definitely, and that's what I was complimenting him on last night. Is he stayed in the pocket, took some shots, and delivered some nice balls. Horseshoe Bend really had some success getting outside the pocket and him making those throws. And you can probably agree with me on this. It felt like during the game that Horseshoe Bend had all of the momentum the entire time, even though they were down most of the time there. It seems like they were the one that was in control of the game. Those guys came out and played as hard as they could, and they played their tail off, and they really are getting a lot better. And it was just fun to watch y'all play last night.
It was, and one of them suspended was our kicker, which, you know, a kicker is kind of like, you got a good kicker, you don't really know it, but then when he's not there, and, you know, we missed 2 extra points. You were calling the game. You remember that?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, everything's crucial. Everything's crucial. And I want to go back to that last week, and I was able to talk to, Coach Keeson, one of my good friends, and it's unfortunate. And he and I talked about it, and he said, look, stuff like that shouldn't ever have to happen in a high school football game.
I didn't want to call in last week. You know, I mean, I'm one of the ones that I'm very high strung, and it was a situation. Our kids fought hard the first half at 2017, and late in the half with 1:47 left to go in the game, it's 32-17. We got the ball 4th and 3, and we're about to score. Well, they held it. Why would we not call timeouts? The coach made out like he got mad. Brett, as much as you and I watch college football or pro football, you don't use all your timeouts. There's no need to get banned for calling you timeout. That didn't.
Well, that's why you're giving timeouts. You're giving timeouts for a reason. I mean, you can use them whenever you want to use them. And if another guy on the other sideline feels like, it's in distaste, then that's a personal problem that you just got to be able to respect the game.
Coach Stroud was my coach. I talked to him this way. He's going to do what's fair. It's just, Horseshoe Bend is not that way. We've gotten a sportsmanship award the last several years.
I think last 4 years.
It was the kind of situation. The article by the Opelika Auburn News just didn't do a good job. It was totally a one-sided interview with Lynette's coach. And it was just, Franklin did the right thing by not commenting, and he handled it. We did not do anything to disgrace Tallapoosa County. And our kids, like I say, we played hard last night. We definitely want to win. But we came out, it was 12-0 quick. I don't know, we were kind of just, then we caught up. If we learned to play 4 quarters, which high school, college football, anything, you got to go 4 quarters.
That's right.
And definitely one of the things –
we're getting. You and I had this discussion. We're getting better, though.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And I want to compliment y'all too on the adjustments that y'all made. Going down 12-0 early, it seems like y'all completely flipped the script and fall back. And like you said, if you could get 4 quarters together, then that could be a win right there. But the Horseshoe Bend team really is. They've got a lot better. You got a tough one behind center back there. That quarterback, K. Worthy. He's going to be really good. He's fun to watch, I tell you that.
Yeah, I wish he'd get a little on my side. I got to get him to grow.
Yeah, I mean,
Brett, I got a comment now. You know I'm Alabama fan.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Greg.
Your coach, he just won't give up on Jeremy Johnson. Jeremy's got to be one of those guys that comes out and practice, throws it about 70 yards, runs a 4.340, but come game time, I don't know what happens, Brett.
His mind just freezes up. I don't know what you even call that. That we did
last week when they were driving the ball, Auburn. I don't know why he put him back in that situation.
He put him in so he could throw an interception, I guess.
It's almost like Jeremy Johnson has some dirt on him or something. He's like, all right, if you don't put me in, I'm going to tell all your secrets out or something.
Well, I'm telling both of you guys, both of you are Alabama fans, and I'm an Auburn fan, but I've had a lot of Alabama fans come up to me that are friends of mine this week and said, look, man, I don't know what that was, and I'm sorry.
Well, I'm the same way. I'm gonna brag on your defense. Your defense played well enough to win, but in that major college football, you can't play that many quarterbacks. Technically, they had 27 under center too, and
they did.
And you knew that he was going to run the ball when he got it.
Well, you can't play that many quarterbacks at any level. You can't play that many quarterbacks at any level. No. I don't care, Pee Wee League.
You got to get some
whatever.
kind of. Yeah, this week right here, they need to. And the kid that's transferred, I mean, he really was signed for running. They really didn't give him a chance to show what he could do.
No, they didn't. It was just a very look. The biggest mystery right now in college football is Gus Malzahn. Period. It's what has happened to the Gus Malzahn of old, the creativity, the mad scientist. He's just gotten in some type of monotonous shell that just we're so predictable. The same plays, looks like the same junk from last year. I know we're only 1 game in, but I didn't see any variety, any difference, anything that we don't have a tight end, I don't guess, on the roster anymore because
I like the tight end.
We don't even have that an option.
Plus, I mean, the only thing I'm hoping as Alabama fan that y'all do win a few enough to keep Malzahn, that y'all don't go out and spend this money and get the Houston coach. That's what's worried.
Well, we're going to try to get.
I am concerned about that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
Y'all might throw the money out there. That's going to be the next hire, and that's a heck of a football coach.
He is a good football coach. I thought
Malzahn
was
Malzahn's
that too.
Hit the high school stuff will work, but when you get on a major college level, the trickery, it just comes up. The other man just outmanning you. I mean, Auburn's defense, I was impressed with their defense now.
Now, I think the defense is going to get better and better, too, as the year goes on. But will the offense have anything to go with it? It's the question. So, well, Greg, I'm going to tell you, man, for Horseshoe Bend, good luck to you guys the rest of the season. Please call in on Saturday and keep us updated on what's going on, okay?
All right, Brett. Y'all have a good day.
Greg, thank you so much. Good. You have a good day, too. And, again, I know we got to get the break. Adam, we come back, we'll talk about some more of these games. Again, tough loss there for Horseshoe Bend, losing to Reeltown by a touchdown, and just hate it that the way things happened last week and having to deal with AHSA and suspensions and all that kind of stuff. It's just not a lot of fun.
But one thing though is the new site Crowd Trap came last night. They traveled.
They always travel.
Their entire side was full. It was the loudest bunch in the whole stadium. I mean, they were in the game the entire time. A lot of support for those kids, and that's the football team that's going to fight you. I mean,
well, hey, look, to establish a program, you got to first learn how to grind it out and play full quarters, and that's exactly what you said and Greg said there. And I think Horseshoe Bend is on their way. I think they're going to continue to get better, as Greg said, as the year goes along. We're going to take another break. When we come back, I'll run down some more scores and wrap up the high school segment here on the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Back to you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. A few minutes left here in the first hour of the program as we head into college football here shortly. We'll wrap up the high school segment here with scores around the state of Alabama. I'm going to go to the phone lines and pick up our good friend Luke Robinson. Luke, we have a baby yet?
No baby yet. It's really just about any moment. But it's funny. You guys know my wife, and she kind of is a go-getter. And we've gotten up this morning, went to the farmer's market, and she just left to go to a funeral. She's wondering where we're going to go to watch games this afternoon. And I said, hey, you might want to take it easy. because I barely move.
I don't know if you may be the one that's pregnant, Luke, because you're more apt to sit around and just kind of hang out and say, "Oh, I think I'll just lay around." And she's the one that wants to go out, and she is a go-getter, and nothing's going to hold her back. That's for sure.
That's the truth, man. She just gets after it. That's just in her blood. That she doesn't know any other way. And I've got a permanent dent in this couch cushion over here.
Hey, she gets up in the morning and puts her roller skates on. You get up in the morning and put your concrete socks on and sit down on the couch. So, hey, Luke, appreciate you calling today, and I know a lot to talk about. So I'll just kick it over to you. First of all, I've already talked about the piece that you're going to be doing for us, and that you've already started doing with Nicole B. Maxwell at Anytime Fitness, the diary, the recruiting diary. Man, he just continues to impress. Last night was a huge win for Benjamin Russell. He had over 340 yards in all-purpose yards, over 200 rushing yards, had a 99-yard kickoff return. I'm looking forward to the next edition when you sit down with him and talk about this last week's performance, because it was tremendous.
Yeah, it really was. That worked out pretty well. I guess your biggest fear when you jump into something like this is that the next time the kid plays or his team plays, the team doesn't do well or the kid himself doesn't perform well. I really wasn't worried about that with Nicole B, to be frank with you, but you do always in the back of your mind have that mild concern. And, man, he pushed that doubt away very, very quickly. He is really incredible to watch. And I think his story is more unique than a lot of other stories out there. Look, in the state of Alabama this year, it's maybe, again, I've said this for a while. It's not like we have a lot of upper tier talent, meaning we don't have a lot of 5-stars this year. I think Nico Collins is a 5-star in one service. LeBrian Ray may wind up being a 5-star in a couple of services. But I think they're fringe 5-star guys.
Speaking of that, Luke, I don't want to cut you off, but what's going on with Clay Chalkville, man? I know they lost Ty Pigram last year, but that's a team. They lost last night, and that's a team that struggled, frankly, to start the season, and they do have Nico Collins. And I know he's a receiver, and he can only be as good as somebody that can get him the ball, but I really expected a little bit more than that this early in the season from them.
Yeah, and for that matter, what's wrong with James Clemens? They've got plenty of talent on that team too, and they started out 0-2.
Oh yeah, I know.
They lost to Gardendale and they lost to Bob Jones, so no shame in that. And then Clay Chalkville lost to a Penton Valley team that's much improved as well, but they lost 14-21. They had been a very high-flying offense. They've got a new quarterback that took over for Ty Pigram that had been playing very, very well. I think he's only a sophomore, but Nico Collins was held to just 2 catches for 22 yards last night. And it's always very difficult on a Saturday morning to get, if nobody was hurt or seriously hurt, it's hard to get the whole story as to what happened, because even though AL.com does a great job on some of these wrap-ups, there's so many high school games, and it's not like college football where you can just go watch a replay. So we don't really know what happened there, but I always find it weird when Nico Collins only has 2 catches. I mean, I think that's borderline criminal right there. You should get the ball in his hands a lot more than that. But going back to Nicole B's story, again, I don't think LeBron Ray and Nico Collins may wind up being 5-star guys. They might. It wouldn't surprise me if they don't. And then the catch is the state of Alabama is going to have a bunch of 4-stars, and they're going to have a bunch of high 3-stars. We've already seen some guys that aren't necessarily household names commit to places like Purdue and Arizona, and some kind of big names committing to even South Alabama, and South Alabama doing themselves a favor winning that game last week. Where the thing with Nicole B is that he's going to kind of get lost in that shuffle. Now, I face that from a statewide perspective, not from our perspective. You know how good he is. I know how good he is. But from a statewide perspective, he's just not up there with Brian Robinson or Alaric Williams at Southside Gadsden, who's injured right now. But he's not considered at their level. I think he is at their level. I think he is. Maybe there's some measurables that he lacks that they have, but from a pure, okay, who would I want on my team standpoint, I would take any of those 3 and be completely satisfied. And that's what really one of the reasons that I wanted to do this was to try and get his name out there a little bit more often and to try and put it out there on social media and let people see exactly what this kid can do. And I got to give a shout out to Landon, who did a marvelous job of putting this video together and mixing in some highlights. And also want to thank Anytime Fitness for allowing us to have the venue to set this up.
No, I totally agree with you, Luke. And, you know, and we cover recruiting on this show quite a bit. And that's just what you know, and I think by the end of the football season, he'll definitely have a lot more eyeballs on him and a lot more offers than we would have if we did not do this recruiting diary. But I mean, I'm sorry, but you know, a kid should be added to the watch list that rushes for over 1,800 yards last year as a junior. It's politics, just like anything in this life. And it's just one of those things where Nicole Maxwell was on a team that was in the semifinals of 6A last year, had tremendous games, was with a guy that also got overlooked in Tyree Gray, who I think may have a shot, Luke, and I'm already saying this, and I think I'm not alone, a shot to maybe play in the NFL one day because of the way he's able to run times and his intangibles and all that. Nicole is going to be a steal, and I know there's some teams out there looking at him already, like UAB, Southern Miss. I know BYU's got interest. I think Auburn has picked up some interest in him. I'd really like to see this kid get ranked. He's every bit of a 3-star, if not a 4-star. 100%. And if these recruiting services can't do that for this kid, it's an injustice.
Yeah, I think he is listed by some services already as a 3-star, and it could end up being bumped up. If you keep having performances like this, I think the key is going to be, look, I think he was fabulous last night. You know I'm his biggest fan right now. But you do it against Chelsea is one thing. And to do it against Opelika next week, you do something. I tell you what, 110 yards and 2 touchdowns against Opelika is more impressive than 200 yards and 4 touchdowns against Chelsea.
I agree with you. But he did that last year against Opelika. He had over 100 yards rushing against them last year. He scored a touchdown.
No, I agree. I'm just saying he will have the opportunity.
Sure.
I think and not only that, he's going to play Opelika, and then he's going to play at Oxford, the team that beat Coleman last night.
Yeah.
So he's got back-to-back games where he can show his stuff. And so really, Brett, I think we started doing this video recruiting diary with him at the absolute perfect time. And it's a lot of fun. The kid's really engaging. He's just a polite guy. His head's on his shoulders. That's, again, another reason I wanted to do this. I didn't want to get somebody. I know some people that have been in the recruiting industry, and the catch is a lot of times if you have a kid that's a 5-star, they know, the 5-star knows you need them more than they need you for your interview piece.
Yeah.
So they'll do something like say, okay, give me a call and I'll call you back when I'm free. And so they'll call them back at 3 a.m. and the guy has to take the phone call because he's like, I need the story. And Nicole was very accommodating to us. He wanted to do this, and he was as polite as he could be. So, I mean, he's got a fan in me for life. I can tell you, we're going to definitely keep doing it.
That's great, Luke. Well, we're looking forward to it, and I think Nicole will have an opportunity, like you said, this year to really showcase how good of a tailback he is. Real quick on the college front, Alabama, not much to this game. A 28.5-point line. Does Alabama cover that line? Does it even matter?
I don't think Alabama covers today. People don't know Western Kentucky, except they hear Western Kentucky and think cream puff. Let me tell you, their quarterback had 517 yards passing last week. They've got a team that's going to throw it all over the field. I said on the podcast, I wish Alabama was playing Arkansas State and Auburn was playing Western Kentucky, because I think it would be incredibly fun.
Who we were playing right now.
I just think it'd be fun to see if Auburn's defense could keep them in the game with that with a Western Kentucky team that's going to throw it all over the place, and if their offense could wake up enough to take them on. I think Auburn will handle Arkansas State very easily today, I've heard they've got people sick too, and I think that would tell us a little bit more. Alabama's probably going to win this game, but they'll win it by 20 points. I even said on our podcast, Western Kentucky's going to score 21 today, and people thought I was nuts. Brett, I'm not kidding you. I think from a chemistry standpoint, from a how they play together standpoint, and really a coaching standpoint right now, Western Kentucky's better than a USC team that's got NFL talent all over the field.
Isn't that crazy? And if Arkansas State's got some people sick, I know Auburn's got some people sick. People sick of looking at that offense. That's
it's the fan.
Yes, it's us. I threw up after the game Saturday night. I know a lot of other people did too. But hey, one more note before I let you go. Louisville, I know it was against Syracuse, and I know they played Connecticut to start the season. Or whoever it was, Charlotte, whoever it was they just annihilated this quarterback for Louisville and this offense. This matchup with Florida State in a few weeks could be epic for Louisville.
Yeah, it's actually next week at 11 o'clock. Can you imagine these games this weekend are terrible.
It's next week. I thought it was in a couple of weeks. So next week, that just shows you. I told Adam we're already in week 4 of high school football. How quick this stuff goes by.
And Lamar Jackson, he is fabulous. This is a guy, and I saw a lot of chatter on the message boards last night. Again, it seems like Auburn fans really want to hate on Gus right now, and they kept saying, well, Gus passed him up. He didn't want him, and that's not really how that went down. One of the Auburn moderators came back and said, look, this kid was probably going to Louisville no matter what. There were a million connections for him to Louisville, and not the least of which Teddy Bridgewater, who was also from South Florida, had just left, and so he was coming in really going to take that role. But, yeah, this guy, I tweeted last night, well, the Heisman race is over, and I hate it when people do that too early, but I think he's got now 14 or 15 touchdowns on the year, some crazy number. That's a lot more than most every team
total
has right now, than team combined with the other team they played. It's just he's ridiculous. He's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Is that Florida State-Louisville game? That's the game of the week. Yeah,
it is. 11 o'clock kickoff for that game. That's that's not a good time. That would have been a perfect game in prime time.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the schedule we've had here lately.
That's right.
We'll get you a Papa John's pizza and get ready to watch that one from Papa John's Stadium.
There you go, Luke. Hey, Luke, we'll appreciate your call, man. Good luck with you and your wife. Baby coming anytime soon. Just keep us posted.
All right, buddy.
All right, thank you, buddy, so much. Luke Robinson there with our Sports Blitz team. And then Colby Maxwell, I can't say it enough. Go out there on our Facebook page and follow this story for the rest of the year. And Colby Maxwell is a special running back for Benjamin Russell, and it's going to be fun to watch where he ends up going
and also
to play
those things too,
college football.
Whenever you do watch it, share that story too. Spread it out
share
there.
It, spread it.
Let's try to get some waves with this story because
he's a 4-star.
Easily.
He's a 4-star player if there's ever been a 4-star player.
1,800 yards rushing last year. And the way Tyree went under the radar too, I don't understand why these guys are not being picked up on. So let's share it. Let's spread it out there, and let's get as many views as possible.
I totally agree with you, man. Again, another 300-plus all-purpose yard night for Colby Maxwell. It just seems like it's just another day at the office.
This is every week.
Well, and he last night in the fourth quarter, he ran for 32. He had 32 carries, but he had cramped up in his left leg. He'd come out of play and go back out there and look like he's full stride, and that's how he fights through it. He fights through pain. He doesn't make excuses. He said it at the end of the game with Scott Hardy. He said, look, man, he said, I just got to do what I've got to do. Can't worry about that. I'll worry about cramps and all that kind of stuff after the game. But he said, as long as there's time on the clock and we've got to move the football, I'm in the game. So that's the kind of kids you want on your team. So we'll take a break. When we come back, be in the college football segment of the program. Take your calls, 256-234-6221. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz, Saturday Sports Countdown, presented by JR's right after this. Saturday Sports Countdown. Brett Pritchard and Adam Blankenship here with you at JR Sports Bar and Grill. About 40 minutes left in today's show. We'd love to hear from you, 256-234-6221. There's some highlights up of Nicole on Facebook. Somebody did a phenomenal job with the highlight reel from last night's game. Go out there and share that. It's on YouTube now. It's a very good piece, and just shows you, man. And Luke's got a good point with Chelsea. Chelsea was a team that went 3 rounds deep in the playoffs last year and lost on the road to Blunt in a very close game. A team that we were able to win. I think we won 42-24 or 21 last year. Anyway, they're a good football team. They had 18 seniors on that team, 10 on offense, 8 on defense. A guy in Zaylen Reynolds coming back as a tailback. At the quarterback, Matthew Marquette, very, very talented quarterback. Our defense stepped up after the first drive of the game. I thought this is one of the toughest tests for Benjamin Russell all year. They got a tough schedule. They got to go to Opelika next week. But this was a team that, to me, was going to give us a barometer of where our program was this year. And they met it. They won 40-21 last night, 40-29. And look, I'm telling you, at the end of the season, you're going to look back at this game and say that was a game that really kind of set the tone for the rest of the season for Benjamin Russell.
Yeah, definitely. And going back to that highlight video you were just talking about, it shows everything that he brings to the table, whether it was returning kicks, blocking, catching passes, or running the ball. I mean, Nicole's an all-around just stud of an athlete. I mean, we really got to help push it and get him out there, man, because he's a lot better than a lot of these recruiting services have him listed as.
I totally agree with you, and I mean, again, I've been doing this for 12 years, Adam, as far as recruiting and following recruits, and I don't know. And we've talked to a lot of guys at 24/7, at Scout, at Rivals. I just don't know what it takes sometimes to get some of these kids exposure. To me, last year as a junior, you run for 1,800-plus yards in the backfield with a quarterback that ran for 1,800 yards. You went to the semifinals in 6A, could have easily won the state championship last year. Why are you off the radar?
Yeah.
Why are you not on everybody's radar?
Yeah. And that's
where was Brian Robinson 3-4 rounds deep in the playoff?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, they'd already been eliminated.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you look at that team that made a deep run in 6A, one of the highest classifications at the state. It's not like this is a small 1A school that didn't even make the playoffs or anything like that. I mean, there's plenty of recognition out there, and there's plenty of, I guess, proof of what he can bring to the table. 1,800 yards rushing. I mean, that's how many of the guys have seasons like that?
Well, and how many more are? I mean, he's well on his way now to matching that or surpassing.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, this year, and may not play in as many games. So, Luke's right. The proof's in the pudding. You're going to have opportunity to prove yourself the next 2 games against 2 very quality opponents in Oxford and Opelika. Got Opelika this coming up Friday. Then you got Oxford. Oxford's a team that has a stud linebacker. All right, they have one of the top supposedly linebackers in the Southeast. And we ran against him last year. We're able to stack points up upon points against that Oxford defense. They're better this year. That Oxford team is better offensively and defensively. So Nicole will have his opportunity to show out in the next few weeks and improve himself even more than he already has. To me, you don't really need to prove yourself much more. Yeah. But you prove yourself each and every week. Everything's a test. And I think that he'll have an opportunity to do that. Let's shift over to college football, Adam, and spend the rest of the show on college football. Obviously, Alabama plays a Western Kentucky team that Luke just talked about that is pretty powerful offensively. I mean, it's not a team that Alabama should struggle with, but it is a team with a quarterback that does throw it around. It's going to test Alabama's secondary today.
Yeah, and Luke got into it. Mike White. Coming in, he was 25-31 for 517 yards and 3 touchdowns last week. And yes, that was against Rice, but I mean, this team right here, they stretch the field. They'll throw it out. And they also have a pretty good receiver by the name of Taywan Taylor, who had 5 catches for 165 yards and a touchdown as well. So it's going to be interesting how the defense holds up against that. I'm really more interested to see how we do on offense I want to see what the game plan is, or how many snaps Hurts and Barnett both going to get in the game. As last week, it kind of came in. Barnett seemed to struggle a little bit early on, but it could have been because the offensive line is trying to get settled in as well. But for me, though, I feel like Hurts is that guy. I mean, I told Randy earlier this week, and I told Michael and Scott, I was like, Hurts is that dude. I mean, he's that dude. He's going to be a stud. So I'm really excited to watch him play today as well. And, there's a big spread on the game, 28.5, I believe, is what it's at right now. Luke said that he don't believe that we're going to cover, which and it could. Do you
think you'll cover 28.5?
That's a lot. I don't think we'll give up 21 points to them, but it could be close. I feel like if we do it'll be a late cover. We'll have some guys in late in the game, and he'll get in like a 49-17, something like that. So what's that? It might be close to cover, but I don't know. It'd be interesting to watch. It's still early in the season, so these smaller games are still fun because you kind of get an idea of what the team has.
Yeah, no doubt. A game of note, one of the more interesting games of the day is on TV now. Penn State, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's already up 7-0. They just recovered a fumble deep in Penn State territory, so they'll have it almost first and goal right there, and they're playing at Pitt. So a big game there for Penn State and Pittsburgh there, but just not a lot to choose from today. Obviously, we'll watch Alabama, Western Kentucky. We'll watch Auburn and Arkansas State, but the games of note, Tennessee, Virginia Tech at Bristol Motor Speedway, 150,000 fans in attendance inside the racetrack. Now, that doesn't count who all is outside. It's going to set the record for the most attended college football game in the history of college football, obviously because of the venue. The transformation the last 3 weeks just making that a football field. The Jumbotron that hangs down over the field, just the story around how this got set up. But Tennessee, Virginia Tech today, that game will garner interest just for the venue itself. Okay, not maybe as much for Tennessee, Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
But Tennessee coming off a scare from Appalachian State, how will they rebound? Virginia Tech, I mean, they've kind of lost the polish the last few years, but the venue kind of will attract people to that game. Here's a game to watch, Arkansas and TCU.
Yeah.
That will be a fun game to watch. And the CBS game for SEC today is Kentucky and Florida. So that tells you how bad the schedule is. I mean, it's Kentucky, Florida. So
and it could be one of those things, too, that Kentucky and Florida game.
It could be interesting for a while.
It could be an upset.
Watch this game. Watch this game here. Jacksonville State travels to LSU. LSU right now is got there's turmoil. I mean, Les Miles is right back on the hot seat. They played like crap against Wisconsin. The kid with the late hit after the interception, just tacky all the way around. Brandon Harris has not improved at all. Jacksonville State takes a team down there in another division of football, but has Rock Thomas now run the football, former 5-star running back at Auburn. The best quarterback will be on the field today, will be for Jacksonville State.
Yes.
I'm telling you, man, they should have beaten Auburn last year.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I'm telling you that straight up. They can go down there. If LSU doesn't play very good, this team can move the ball and they can score points. And they've got a lot of SEC transfers from Alabama and Auburn on their defense.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just some normal Division II football team that LSU is going to be going up against. They're going up against a defensive front that's got Alabama and Auburn transfers on the front line,
and also played for a national championship last year.
I think this one will be one to watch. This is going to be a fun game to watch. So Jacksonville State, I think we're all pulling for you.
And that kicks off at 6:30 tonight.
Yeah, 6:30 tonight, and it's hard to win in Death Valley at night. I know that, but I'm telling you, Jacksonville State's not going to go down there intimidated.
I would love to see that happen.
And let me just say one local note. You know who the backup quarterback is now at Jacksonville State.
You're exactly right.
Our very own Bryant Horn from right here.
There he is.
So, you know how football is. If one play, he's out. Bryant Horn is in the game. In Death Valley at night playing against LSU. I mean, that's just how crazy it can be. So,
cool.
yeah, it's very cool. So, really, that's the slate of games. We'll run down some more when we come back. We'll go ahead and take a break, and we come back. We'll run down some more games of note here around the country. Just not a lot to choose from today because last week was such a high-profile week to get college football started off. But we'll run down those times and for you to tune in, give you some more information about Auburn and Alabama's games as well. Stay tuned for the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Back to you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. 25 minutes or so left in today's show. Get your calls in, 256-234-6221. Let's run down some of the games that are already underway in the SEC. Georgia leads Nicholls State 7-0 in the first quarter, 6:05. Texas A&M underway, up 3-0 on Prairie View A&M. That's 7:34 to go in the first quarter. Both of those games on the SEC network. Pitt now extends their lead to 14-0 over Penn State. That is with 7:16 to go in the first. So Penn State has dug themselves a hole early here.
And you kind of felt like Franklin's going to turn around a little bit and get them back to their winning ways, but it's been a struggle since he's been there. I mean, he had the monstrous success at Vanderbilt, but it's not translating to what you would think he would, being in a weaker conference. And I say weaker conference in the Big Ten because it is.
I totally agree. But right now finds himself down 14-0 on the road.
Crazy to Pitt.
Michigan leads Central Florida 7-0, 8:48 to go in the first quarter. There they score first. Houston with an impressive win last week over Oklahoma, playing a relative unknown there, playing Lamar. Don't you know Lamar?
Oh,
I know
yeah.
Lamar.
Yeah,
I think everybody knows Lamar. Lamar not going to have a good day. Houston already up 7-0, 9:02 to go in the first quarter. Some games of note: Clemson will take on Troy. So Clemson will take on another team from the state of Alabama. Think about this. They played Alabama in the national championship game. They played Auburn to start this year, and then they play in Troy again. They can't get out of the state.
I'm telling you.
I mean, they're just going through the circuit. They may as well just schedule South Alabama and UAB while they're at. Maybe Jacksonville State too.
And if you ask Mississippi State, they may not want to play South Alabama either.
No, I don't think so. As Mississippi State doinked one off the upright last week to lose to South Alabama. Alabama and Western Kentucky will kick off at 2:30. Obviously, Auburn and Arkansas State will kick off at 6:30. Those games that we talked about, think there's going to be much to this game because Virginia's they've just fallen off. But Oregon will play Virginia. Oregon's number 24 in the country. Game's at 9:30 tonight. Oregon is a 23.5-point favorite over Virginia. Virginia's they have just shriveled up to nothing.
And the thing is this is not a Chip Kelly Oregon either. You know, I mean, Oregon, it's not the same program as it was under Chip Kelly. It's just not. I mean, you're looking at a team that was always top 10 that had the best offense in the nation every single year. And it just really shows where Virginia is really at right now in the ACC, being that big of a dog against a decent Oregon team.
I totally agree with you there. South Carolina, Mississippi State at 6 o'clock tonight. Man, the battle of nobody can score.
Yeah.
Arkansas, TCU is a very interesting game. TCU is a 7.5-point favorite there over the Razorbacks. Will TCU at number 15 be able to knock Arkansas off, or will Brett Bielema?
I'm taking Arkansas in that game.
Yeah, Brett Bielema and that Arkansas Razorback team on the rise last year. Can he keep them going in the right direction? Obviously, Ole Miss played a great half of football in the first half against Florida State on Monday. Got a quick turnaround. Got to play today against a nobody in Wofford. But listen to this line, 43.5. Are they going to beat Wofford by 43?
I don't know. I mean,
that is a stout line. I know
just take that off the board, you know.
Yeah, you take that one off
so much.
But that is that's one of the bigger ones I've ever seen there.
Is Chad Kelly, going back to Ole Miss a little bit? Is Chad Kelly? I feel like in coming into the season, everybody's kind of saying he's the best quarterback in the SEC. Is he? I mean.
He didn't show it. Didn't show it in the second half. He showed it in the first half.
He looked really good.
You know, it was. You know, if you watched that was a game of a tale of two games really in one game, because Florida State, you looked at them in the first half and you're like, this team is not. They're not a top 20 team, much less a top 5 team. And then you're like, Ole Miss is underrated and they may be a top 5 team. And then at halftime, Florida State comes out, and you're like, yeah, they probably are a top 5 team, and Ole Miss maybe not a top 20. I mean, it's just Ole Miss really exploded in the first half, and Florida State exploded to come back in the second half. So I don't really know what that game told us.
You just see, and it seems like Chad Kelly, he has the big play abilities. He will make some big plays, but you just got to live with the dumb decisions he makes.
And he's going to make several in the game.
Passes And I think Ole Miss has kind of just accepted that. Okay, this is who he is, and we're going to go with it. But it's just tough to hear people say that he's the best quarterback in the SEC. I don't believe it. And I kind of thought he was after the first half. But like you said, the real Chad Kelly came out in the second half and showed that, you know, he's still doing the same things he always done.
Yeah, he is. He's a loose cannon, and I don't really know. What else to say. And you know, you look at Tennessee's quarterback, you thought he had a chance to maybe be the better quarterback in the SEC this year, and then he looked awful against Appalachian State. I don't know if there really is a quarterback that stands out.
Now, remember, though, we did one Saturday a couple weeks before the season started. I told you that Georgia is going to push Tennessee to win the East. I'm telling you, just remember that this year.
No, you're right. I mean, after that performance, I'm with you, man. I mean, that's why preseason, you can just go off of what –
what they showed
your
them last year,
anticipation might be.
And you just assume that these guys are going to get better. Like, okay, we had a good year last year. You'll be better this year. That don't mean it's going to happen. But, I don't think Tennessee is as bad as they played last week. I say that. I feel like they're going to beat Virginia Tech pretty easily today, though.
It could be interesting. I mean, here's a bigger venue. Here's a game that, you look at, playing in Bristol Motor Speedway and being able to garner really the attention of week 2. Everybody, the games last week, there were so many great games. This week, there's not very many. So that's the positive of having maybe the bigger game in week 2 is because you stand out amongst everybody else. So I definitely think that's the game just because of the venue. I think the Arkansas TCU game may be a bigger game, but we'll see how it all plays out there at Bristol Motor Speedway. Tennessee Hurd's going to have to play better. I mean, he's going to have to be a better quarterback for Tennessee to be successful this year. But you know what? Credit Appalachian State, first game of the season. You see that happen a lot. I think you'll see a different Clemson team today against a Troy. I know Troy will play hard, but I think you'll see Deshaun Watson again that first game of the year in a hostile environment. I mean, it was a tough environment for Clemson to come into last Saturday, and
he was pretty much held in check too.
Yeah, and Auburn had its opportunities to win the game, and they just didn't do it.
They should have won that game
because I'm telling you, the defense did what they needed to, but Gus Malzahn did not give Auburn a chance to win the game with the bonehead offense that he ran out on the field on Saturday. Just it really is pathetic if you want to be honest about it. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. Adam will come back. We'll talk more about Auburn and Alabama's games coming up as we close out the show. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Back to you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Brett Pritchard and Adam Blankenship here with you for a few more minutes today, about 20 more minutes left in today's show. Get your calls in, 256-234-6221. Just a recap of the first hour, because we spend the first hour with high school football. We didn't really get a chance to go down the state of Alabama. We'll recap some scores here from the local area and then give you some scores from around the state of Alabama. Benjamin Russell defeats Chelsea 40-29 last night. Leads up against Dayville 46-14. So a tough night for the Dayville Tigers. Reeltown defeats Horseshoe Bend in a 7-point game, 26-19. A hard-fought game on both sides, an inter-county rival there. That game coming down to the wire. Coosa Central falls to Prattville Christian by 11, 33-22. No defense in Elmore County this year. Wetumpka defeats Stanhope 54-37. A team that we normally play in Stanhope, not on the schedule this year, but we do have Wetumpka this year. They're in our region. We'll see them toward the end of the season. Tallahassee 35, Childersburg 12.
A Tallahassee team is playing ball.
They are playing
good. Fun to watch them this year.
Yeah, they're playing pretty good football now. Hanley 47, Elmore County 21, and then Munford defeats Hopeville 47-0. So I'm telling you, man, a program that's just on really tough times and been on tough times for a long time is Hopeville. In 7A, Prattville defeats Auburn defeats Prattville 31-14. Prattville now just cannot pick up a win. And last week they were down 50-0 at half. It's just keeps getting worse for them. Hewitt Trustful looks very good in 7A this year. Defeats Grissom 62-13. Enterprise showing toughness. Jeff Davis is good. They blank them last night 12-0. Bob Jones wins 48-26 over Sparkman. Hoover defeats their rival Spain Park 26-8 there in a defensive battle. Mountain Brook 20-17 over Thompson. Oak Mountain defeats Vestavia 34-7, and then Theodore with a big win over Fairhope 35-10 there in 7A. In 6A, some scores. Blunt, man, Saraland fell off this year. Blunt 42, Saraland 7. Daphne blanks LaFleur 34-0. Gardendale continues to win. They're going to be very solid moving forward. They defeat Carver Birmingham 55-18. Homewood 13, Jackson Olin 12. Boy, I'm talking about a nail biter there. Here's a team we've got to play in about 4 weeks here at the Sportsplex that scores point after point after point. And they won 9 or 10 games last year. It's going to be a tough ball game for us down the line, and that's minor. They put 62 on the board against Center Point last night, 62-14. They score a lot of points. I mean, Chelsea scores a lot of points too. We're able to hold them in check. So
it just seems like there's not a lot of defense.
There's not a lot of defense. Our next opponent, Opelika, shuts out Chilton County. No surprise there, 42-0.
They play defense.
Yeah, they play defense. Oxford defeats Coleman 52-28. That's the next two opponents for Ben Russell. So tough test on the road. And the thing about it stinks, not making excuses, but we went to Opelika and Oxford last year. Now we got to turn around and go back to their place because of the reclassification. Pelham gets a win after we beat them last week. They win 27-23 over Helena. Pell City over Southside Gadsden. Pell City is where Keith Etheridge is now. They win 35-21 there.
That program's really turning around too.
And they will.
He's already showing what he can do with that system. So.
Absolutely. And that'll wrap up scores 7A and 6A there. Giving you the scores from around the area locally. Also, Eufaula defeats Central Clay last night 17-10. Very shocked about that, to be honest with you. I really didn't expect. Beauregard defeats Sylacauga 49-21 there. Beauregard is another opponent for the Wildcats. Man, I'm telling you, man, the combined win-loss record of our opponents at the end of the year is going to be something to be a behold.
And the way all these teams are doing it as well. I mean, it seems like every one of them is putting up 40-plus a game. So it's going to be interesting to see. And like you said, this is one of the toughest schedules we've had in a long time. Very long time.
So interesting to see how that plays out. Lynette defeats Vincent 58-13. They continue to win.
Mark it down the schedule. Man, October 21st.
It's coming, man.
Lynette Lafayette. Last game of the season. October 21st, they're playing. It's probably going to be pretty much the region championship game.
Well, I'm going to tell you
It's gonna be
something
a
that's
fun
shocking
game.
to me.
It's gonna be a fun game.
Here's an interesting score. The Lynette team, and yes, Horseshoe Bend battled them, was 20-17 at half last week. Lynette comes back, handles business this week against Vincent, 58-13. Lafayette, though, last night defeats Fayetteville 42-34.
I know, you have 34 points. I saw that.
To Fayetteville?
It's really weird. Really weird.
And that's a team that really handled Dadeville pretty easily, and they've got maybe the best all-around athlete in the state of Alabama in Whitlow playing quarterback for them. I don't know. That's shocking to me.
It is.
34 points they gave up on defense there. I'm just really kind of blown away by
just
that.
shows you that Whitlow can't play everywhere, I guess, or all the time.
I mean, he plays everywhere, but I guess he just has to take a breath every once in a while.
You know?
So, but interesting score there. Madison Academy struggled with Randolph last night. They defeat them 39-36. But, well, Madison Academy, since losing Carryon Johnson and Malik Miller and some of those other guys on that team really kind of coming down to earth, they still got Troxel over there, the big left tackle that's committed to Auburn. It's a big but, you know, that's the thing about a lineman. He can be great, but if you ain't got any skill guys, then he can't run the ball. He can't throw it. So, but he is a top-notch recruit. That's going to wrap it up for some scores throughout the state of Alabama and scores of interest there. I want to remind everybody, every Friday night after the Benjamin Russell broadcast, you'll have the AHSA Radio Network scoreboard show from basically 10 o'clock to midnight for 2 hours worth. Gives you every single score in the state of Alabama, and plus great interviews from coaches and beat writers and broadcasters throughout the state of Alabama, games in certain regions.
Yeah, definitely. And David Burkhalter and usually Luke, which he wasn't on there last night, as Jimmy Jeffcoat, they do a really good job with that show. Like you said, that they have writers from all over the state calling in too, so it has a little bit for everybody. It's a great way to keep up with all the games that are going on across the state, and it's just a really well produced show too.
Yeah, it is. I mean, very impressed with what John Kennedy and Jay Jeffcoat and all of them at Kowaliga Country have done producing that program. We're going to take a final break here on the Saturday Sports Countdown. When we come back, we'll close it out here from JR Sports Bar and Grill. You're listening to the Saturday Sports Countdown.
that.
Yeah.
All right, coming back to you in 5, 3.
Back here on the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown, one more segment. Adam, if you don't think one player can make a difference in football, I mean, we've seen it, in as far as the NFL level, but in high school especially, man, Lafayette, well, we found out why the game was a little bit closer than we thought. Fayetteville lost 42-34 to Lafayette. Whitlow went out injured, and then he comes back.
Come back and step into play and end up making a big play on a kickoff because he's the kicker as well.
Good Lord, man.
So step in and make the last tackle.
They had cut it to 1 point. Talking
about a kid that's quarterback who does everything. He has around.
He plays some defensive end too because I've seen him in film play defensive end.
He's a kicker. He's a punt returner. He's a punter. He's a punter. He's the kick return man. I mean, this guy does everything. Like he is.
Man, I hate to say it, but he went out and golly, man, it was like that went the team. So, but he is a tremendous, tremendous player. And man, I told you, Lafayette, if they lose him, I said it a few weeks ago, man, you don't want to see anybody get hurt. I want to see how this kid plays out the year because he got a chance to obviously. They've already won a state championship in basketball. I think they're going to win it again this year. Yeah. And then they'll have a chance to win it in football if he stays healthy. Yeah. I mean, seriously, in that classification, they'll have a chance to win it.
Yeah, that's what it takes. In that classification and everything, a dominant player like that can carry a team, and it's obvious. I mean, he's done it all year long. But you look at the stats that he's putting up, though, I mean, it's easy to see why.
Yeah, he's something special. Good Lord, goes out and they cut it to 1. I mean, that's just amazing to me, man, how that happened. So, college football today, obviously Auburn and Clemson last week. Auburn defensively, really strong effort, one of the better efforts, one of the better defenses Auburn could have this year that we've seen in quite some time. And the disappointing part, the part we thought was going to get better, his offense looked like it went backwards even more, and it has to. I don't think it has anything to do with the players, Adam. I don't think it has one thing to do with the players. I think it has all to do with Gus Malzahn and his harebrained scheme to in offense. And I just think he's lost his mind as far as what he's trying to overthink things, try to do things, and sometimes simple is better. And he's lost a lot of his imagination and a lot of his identity on what he does offensively. So, got to figure out where to get back to. I think for Auburn to be successful, it'll be interesting to see, even though it's Arkansas State, if Auburn can just show some fluidness and some continuity on offense today. Yeah,
and I think they can do it. I believe it starts with him just choosing the guy and going with him. Let's stop the flipping the quarterback every play thing because, face it, it's not fair to those quarterbacks too. They can't get in a groove whenever they don't know if they're going to be in for the next snap.
No doubt.
I mean, I think start there.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Pick a guy, go with him, and I'm sorry, Jeremy Johnson.
He shouldn't even be an option.
It's done. It didn't work out.
Yeah,
move on.
I think you're right. We'll see what that plays out to be tonight. 6:30 kickoff from Jordan-Hare Stadium. Alabama and Western Kentucky. Luke called in earlier. Western Kentucky does have a quarterback that can throw it around. We'll test Alabama's secondary somewhat because he's athletic and he can move around. And Alabama with such a convincing start to the season against USC, I think it says a lot about both those teams. I think it has more to do with what Alabama has coming in than what USC didn't have. But USC, a lot of people, just like a few years ago, wanting to put Notre Dame up there. Yeah. I think they're in a rush to get USC back up there in the top football lore, and I just don't think they're ready yet. Nobody thought it'd be 52-6. I mean, nobody thought it would be that way. It was just a beatdown, epic beatdown. But you got to watch a hangover like that for Alabama coming back at home and a team that can move it around. It shouldn't be any problem. Alabama favored 28.5, but Western Kentucky may hang around for a quarter and a half, and then I think Alabama will take care of business.
And going back to the USC game, we had talked. I filled in for Scott on Sports Blitz that night. We had talked with the beat writer from USC, and I was kind of caught off guard because the way he was talking, the way he was answering questions, is kind of like he kind of expected USC to get beat. Now, I figured it was going to be a closer ball game. And
I'm telling you, man, I know, man.
It could have been because of the hype that they put on, because everybody wants USC to get back. They did have 10 returning starters on offense, just a new quarterback. Yeah, completely dominated. So I was kind of shocked.
I think USC may lose 4 or 5 games.
I think so too. I mean, I was shocked. They just don't have the athletes.
Yeah, they just didn't look very good at all. Period. And we'll see how it all plays out. But I think
Penny says, "Hey,
Alabama will continue to get better." And they see how they play their quarterbacks this week or tonight. See if Jalen Hurts gets the majority of the snaps, or if it's Blake Barnett or whoever it is, Cooper Bateman. You think Cooper Bateman gets in the mix a little bit tonight?
I think he will later on. I think you might see a lot of him in the second half.
Yeah.
And it all depends on how the game goes. I'm excited to face a team like this that throws the ball around, because I really want to see how our secondary matches up. I feel like after watching that USC game that we have probably one of the better secondaries we've had in a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Especially they may not have the most dominant corner that we've ever had, but as far as looking at both of them together as a duo, I feel like it's maybe the strongest tandem we've had.
Maybe.
So this could be a good test for them to see how that secondary is able to line up and play. So
I think you're right. It's going to be interesting to watch. Again, not the all-star lineup of college football games today, but there are a few sprinkled in there. Tennessee, Virginia Tech, Bristol Motor Speedway tonight. That'll be an interesting to watch just for the venue. Arkansas, TCU will be a good football game to watch as well. I mean, South Carolina and Mississippi State will just garner interest because you'll see which one of those is worse than other. Florida and Kentucky play at 2:30 on CBS. Just not a lot of to pick from today, but it is college football. Everybody's got a chance to find something to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Adam, it's been a great time as always up here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. Make sure you come by JR's, pick up some lunch. If you're heading down to Auburn to tailgate, make sure you call it in, pick up your food, and take it down there. Arkansas State kickoff at 6:30 tonight. Give them a call, 256-329-2328. That's their delivery number. They'll deliver the food out to you as well if you'd like them to do that. So for Michael Forehand back in the studio, for Adam Blankenship, I'm Brett Pritchard saying we've enjoyed it this Saturday. We hope you did. See you next time for the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown.